giveaways and whatnot was like, whatever.
I mean, those are two separate things, though.
Sure, exactly. But I'm just saying, it doesnn't make me. It doesn't make you feel like, oh my gosh, she's amazing. It's like, oh yeah, good. But it's not like, yes, the best.
Well,
right.
Well, it's like, you know, in between game time, she put on really good music and music.
给了所有热爱3对3运动所有的好朋友们。那在今天的比赛开始之前，我们首先呢，先邀请到了最有活力、最热情的啦队，为我们带来精彩的开场表演，掌声欢迎！最热情的掌声呢，感谢我们最有活力的啦队为我们带来精彩的表演。那在这一次赛事当中，也很感谢呢我们掌门精酿、黑松沙士、达美乐，以及呢在背后呢不断呢一直呢持续在守护呢每一位选手的世安物理治疗所，对于呢我们台北挑战赛呢大力的支持。那我们精彩的比赛呢马上就要展开喽。哎，右边那位帅哥，喂。很常见呢，哈。哦，啦啦队在跳舞，你就会出来拍照啊。现在没有，就把相机放上去。你看到我就把相机放上去。工作人员把他抓出去。那我们今天的精彩赛事呢，马上就要展开喽。好，在我们比赛开始之前还有3分钟，我们要来看看呢现场的最有热情的朋友在哪边，要送给大家精美的纪念品。家里有需要袜子的在哪里？你不需要。Hands up, hands up, hands up, put your hands up. 再来啦，多送点啦！家里有需要袜子的在哪里？福特的运动袜直接送给大家。Let's go！ 跟着节奏拍手 ，clap。哇，这边这么嗨都没有人送给他们 ，Put your hands up！ 2号，还有哪里？跟着节奏拍起来！拍手啊啦，嗰啲 hip 上，拍手！他有拿到。 有控制狂，连观众都要控制。嘿，马上呢要为大家介绍了我们今天的精彩赛事，也请我们啦啦队就位，欢迎呢世界排名第2的维也纳以及呢世界排名第9的蒙古队。
Yeah, now ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Vienna. Number 13, Quincy Dix. Number 10, Nico Caldenbrunner. Number 12, Matthias Lederner. Number 7, Ines Maratai. Team Vienna. Yeah, now ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Team Ulaanbaatar, number 3, Tagu.
Excuse me.
It's the winds. We're just, the sheets are blowing everywhere.
5:40 is the start to the semifinals before the finals at 7:20.
Out of bounds.
Vienna is in blue and Mongolia in red for clarification, as Nbot is at the top of the perimeter.
Ulaanbaatar with the ball.
Very first play of the game, he kind of lost that finger sleeve, but a turnover and he's got it back.
Puts it in, number 14, Davasambu.
Davasambu, first field goal of today's match. Lenort turning around for a attempt at the mid-range point.
In terms of world rankings as a club team, Vienna is second in the world, and this Ulaanbaatar squad, number 9 in the world. They're very high level play. The only one that gaps them is Amsterdam, who will be playing at the 410 quarterfinals game.
Yeah, this Mongolia team is world class. As I mentioned yesterday, this team is mostly comprised of the national 3-on-3 team. So for instance, Nbot has been on this team since 2017, and number 15 sought attempts to go for a basket in the paint. Nico hands it off to Maradi for one.
Yeah, Nico Kaltenbrunn already mishandled a couple of balls. Let's see if that gets better as the game goes on.
No basket, no basket.
A clear out with the elbow is going to result in a turnover, as Hennis Maradi is going to head to the bench after taking that little bit of a shot. Let's see it again. The elbow, yep, checking him in the throat and in the chin. So as much as offensive as basketball has gotten at various levels, as Diggs drains a three, the referees in this particular tournament have been very fair, not allowing the offense to foul the defender and get an advantage. They've been consistent about that.
Lenortner passes it out to Mongolia. Sir at the top.
Stripped and a foul right away.
We see in the replay, Diggs clearing a three. Kaltenbrunner from the left side tries to go for his own rebound. Now he's on the right, as Maradi from deep gets it in clean. And Nbot from the same side. Ball goes behind the backboard.
That's the power of the two-pointers in the 3-on-3 competition. A couple in a row, and Vienna's on a 5-0 run themselves.
Diggs to Maradi. Maradi in the paint for a nice floater.
Yeah, one of those classic misdirection cuts.
Nbot trying to go for the same thing, but Diggs from the corner, and it's good. Vienna got another three-point shot.
Yeah, upping the level of difficulty.
But Steve Sir getting by.
They're definitely going to be putting up some more pressure against Diggs with a hot hand.
Nbot lobs it out to Davasambu. He's in the paint, goes around Diggs for another field goal.
Just big fundamentals there. Pivot foot and the hand placement in the right place, as physicality is going to result in a foul on the rebound.
Take a second for our crew to clean up and wipe down the floor. Maradi to Kaltenbrunner.
Trying to lob it in there. Not very often that this Vienna squad has tried to go for the lob. They do have height advantage at certain matchups at certain times of the game. Want to be a little bit more crisp with their passing as we arrived at the first television timeout of this matchup. For those of you wondering, we are in Taipei City, and the venue specifically at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial, and with a total of 7 games today, there's still time for those of you in Taiwan to make it out here. It is well attended in the stands. Even the grandstands behind the basket are close to capacity.
Saw it driving in for the layup right after the timeout. Don't forget, guys, it's a free event, so make sure to snag your seat. There's going to be way more people down as we go on with today's lineups.
An offensive foul, a little bit too physical, but maybe you can even make the argument Nbat was also holding on a little bit, but he scores on the right side, keeping this a game. Another one of those blindsided lobs, but this time keeping a little bit more in bounds, forcing Ulaanbaatar to front a little bit better, because when you lob it too deep, you can use the baseline as a defender. See that go out of bounds. Don't see this very often. Pushing through the screener. It's kind of funny because it was like both defenders, the on-ball and the help defender, were pushing through the screener.
Diggs pokes it out to Kaltenbrunner and drops in another 3.
Right now, that's the difference in the game. Vienna with 2 pointers, by my count. Doesn't look like they cleared the perimeter. Was sought a little bit too early. Need to take 1 or 2 more steps. But that's the difference, right? 5 points. In there, there's 3 deep shots from Vienna. 2 by Diggs to get him their lead.
Nbat, 5 seconds. Tries for 3.
You know, interesting, Vienna is kind of cross-matching up. They have the little bit shorter Kaltenbrunner guarding Sot, and they have the lankier Quincy Diggs trying to check Nbat previously, but we'll see a lineup change now.
Sir throws a dagger to Ulaanbaatar. And Sir trying to go for 3 as he pokes it out to Sir. Diggs deep from left, tries to go for 3.
Holding foul there, though. Ulaanbaatar might have an argument for unsportsmanlike. Just a take foul, we've seen that throughout the tournament. Teams want to get a substitution, want to get a stop.
Luckily, the referees have been pretty consistent with making those calls. As Kaltenbrunner goes in from the left for a lay-in, no good. And Nbat pops it out to Ulaanbaatar.
It's a rare occasion where someone other than Steve Sir is taking that deep shot.
And Maradi down under.
Good defense. Sir just sticking with the play.
Nbat, too short, gets his own rebound, draws a foul. We'll have an opportunity at the free throw line.
Now, Ulaanbaatar need to find that offense to come through because we're halfway through the game, sitting at 5. By my count, yesterday, there was only 2 games that didn't reach the 21-point mark past the qualifying round. So the offense has been at a pretty decent clip, you could say, through this tournament.
Kaltenbrunner around Ulaanbaatar. Ulaanbaatar, they're not going to count that shot.
Foul first.
Mbot out to Sot. Out
Great
of bounds.
hands. Matthias giving him ground, and then when the ball was presented to him, he tried to take that gift away.
It's Mbot and Maradi with a shot attempt. Diggs pulls it out. Him up against Mbot. He goes in for deep just before the shot clock. Now it's in Ulaanbaatar's possession, and Davasambu pulls through.
Yeah, once he or Sot get deep positioning, they're really tough to handle because they're so strong, so sturdy.
Well, a pass just before the shot clock. No one guarding him. Number 12, Lenortner, tries to go for a three.
Kind of a break if you're Ulaanbaatar, but allowing another open three.
Second attempt, still no good. Can't connect the dots there.
Little friendly fire. Two Vienna players.
Got another TV timeout. In the meantime, score at 12-7. Vienna still takes the lead.
You know, coming up is interesting. It's the fifth seeded Hangzhou of the tournament, and then Saitama, who had to get into the pool play via the qualifying draw. So that was 2 extra games that they played yesterday. That'd be something to look forward to. The biggest headline, of course, as we've detailed, is down a man. Only 4 players per team in this tournament, and had an injury in the very first game. I think within the first 2 minutes, in fact.
That's right.
Beautiful back door, but that pass is poked away.
Kaltenbrunner draws a foul on Mbot.
He is kind of the matchup problem for Ulaanbaatar right now. He can go with speed, he can go with power on those drives.
Diggs lays it in, no problem.
Just too much length there and too long of a stride. It's really hard to catch his center of gravity when he's driving.
Kaltenbrunner, good footwork, couldn't execute. Back to Sir, out to Davasambu.
Loads it at the rim.
Maradi getting his own rebound, pops it back in.
Yeah, right now Ulaanbaatar is basically trading a lot of ones. And they have not got that outside shooting going for them, but it's probably going to be needed toward the end of this game. They're trying to come back, 2.5 minutes to go.
Well, right now we're only really seeing Mbot making those 3-point shots. I mean, typically we would probably see Sir contributing also, but yeah, you're right. We have yet to see more outside shooting as Diggs.
He hit his first 2, so right now, at least our impression is big threat shooting outside.
Sir was actually an NCAA 3-point record holder back in his university days at Northern Arizona University.
Red.
And Sir, too, saw it.
Yeah, the fake handoff worked like a charm. Immediately, again, kind of going with the over-the-top lob.
And another assist by Sir for Davasambu.
They're just right now being very good with their fundamentals in terms of creating space and going with the right angles.
And Maradi up against Davasambu and Sot. Couldn't get to the finish.
Has a tough task against those 2 big boys. And there it is, with a 2-pointer, which makes it a game.
Just chipping, Ulaanbaatar just slowly chipping away. So right now there's only a 3-point difference between the 2 teams. With 1 minute, 28 seconds left, anything can happen now. Vienna with 5 fouls, Ulaanbaatar 6.
And that'll even it up. So no more fouls to give for either team. And maybe my memory's failing me, Taylor, but I don't think we've had a free throw yet in this game. That might play a huge factor down the stretch.
I believe we actually had one when Nbot had to go for one, as the man in question lays one in.
Backdoor pass by Sir.
And Carlton Brunner answers back, drops in a 3. It's pure.
Not to panic, a 2-possession game, but a hurried shot. That's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Ulaanbaatar with that missed 3 and the rebound not going their way. And Sir needs to take a seat, so we'll see how Ulaanbaatar manages, maybe without any more subs left in the game.
Carlton Brunner at the top. He goes in for 3 for the kill. Knocks down 3, 50 seconds to go. Nbot hands it off to Davasambo.
Illegal screen by Nbot. A little bit too much happy feet as he was handing it off there.
Combination of exhaustion and trying to make up for what time they have left. Maradi out to Carlton Brunner, taking all the time in the world and knocks it down. That concludes our first quarterfinals matchup. Vienna takes it from Ulaanbaatar. It's been an absolute pleasure watching Team Mongolia through this tournament. We're going to be seeing Vienna in the semifinals at 5:40 tonight. So stick around for that. Up next is going to be Hangzhou against the Saitama Alphas.
For the win.身穿蓝色的跟现场朋友介绍，这是代表中国杭州队出赛的球队。身穿红色是来自日本。 3点45分即将进行的是我们杭州代表队上 Saitama Alphas. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Team Hangzhou, number 13, BeefmanEXE. Number 11, Mantinga. Number 6, Vladimir. Number 8, Goran. Team Hangzhou, China. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you Saitama Alphas from Japan, number 12, Goran Benjamin. Number 7, Tomoya Ochai. Number 4, Ryo Osawa. Number 16, Pia Sagar. Team Saitama Alphas.
We're live here at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall for the FIBA 3x3 Taipei Challenger. This is our second matchup today. It's the quarterfinals, Hangzhou against the Saitama Alphas EXE. Now, Hangzhou has had a clean sweep in the pool play, went 2 for 0 up against Princeton and Ulaanbaatar Expos. Versus Saitama, they've had quite an eventful day, busy day, 4 matches, and with only 3 players on the court. That's right there, Goran Bijelic has been absent since their first game, twisted his ankle within 2 minutes of the start, but they've pulled through 1-1, won against our own Chinese Taipei Zhanghua team, lost to the number 2 seed Amsterdam as we kick off our second quarterfinals today here with Ryan Chen and Taylor Chen.
Just like last game, a tough layup to get our scoring started. This time it's for Hangzhou number 8, Goran Vidovic. Now, Hangzhou is really more or less a pro team, as there are actually no Chinese nationals on the squad.
I wouldn't have been able to tell. But you're right, Ryan. These are all Serbian players. As Ozawa tries to go up against Trachkovic, draws a foul.
As you can imagine, Ozawa is a very dangerous three-point shooter. Can really do it in many ways, off the dribble or off the catch with different kinds of footwork. And Ochai kind of works as their big defensively.
He's got a lot of work to do, considering the Serbian players are definitely a lot more sizable than Ochai. Supica makes it for 3.
Sakura is kind of like their Swiss Army knife. He does a little bit of everything. Couple early fouls for Hangzhou, a minute in.
Source ties at 2. Red Bull.
Classic elbow offense, but this time it was to the screener, in fact, in Qatar.
Ozawa polishes off a 3-point before referee calls a foul.
Well, unlike the last game where we mentioned how offensive players weren't allowed to use too much of their hands, this time I believe it was Milanovic, number 13, who drew a foul out of Ozawa there. But no, it goes as a turnover and offensive foul. The referees just didn't indicate as clearly as the last game. So 3 fouls to 0.
Ochai to Ozawa with plenty of leeway at the paint. Comes through. Score 5-2. Saitama with the lead up against our pool players in Pool A.
A little bit of a delay of game warning, though. Number 6, Trejovic, making the argument that the ball got so far away from the rim, he shouldn't be that responsible for it. Now, the shot clock doesn't start until the defense turns into offense by picking up the basketball. Beautiful slip pass right through everybody by Ozawa, trying to get Sakura on the back door, and another foul.
Number 16, Pia goes to the right.
Hangzhou with already 4 fouls. We have Sakura at the line. Goes around and through. Ricochets off. Ozawa trying to get the ball. Goes out of bounds.
Yeah, Hangzhou is firing away from deep when they get their opportunities. The wind has picked up a little bit compared to the last game.
Ochai. Now to Sakura. Trachkovic at the top of the perimeter. Goes in. Polishes 3. And Ozawa tries to counter back. Draws a foul off of Supitsa.
Yeah, Supitsa probably could make the argument he got ball initially, but they say the follow-through is what became problematic on the handoff and the switch. Well, he definitely got in the landing space. It will be 2 shots.
As Ozawa gets ready for a second free throw shot, we had Ochai come over to the bench to take a sip of water.
Only affordable when there's 2 free throws. With 1, not so much.
I mean, you gotta give it to them once again. I mean, they've gone all weekend with just the 3 of them. Trachkovic, step back for 3, just short.
I mean, he created a lot of space, but that was partly because he stepped so far back,
Yeah.
even behind the 3-on-3 logo. So like we say, Hangzhou is kind of bombing away from deep. They have not been able to really connect, but they only find themselves down by 1 thanks to that missed free throw.
Kerr with that hook pass out to Ozawa, but he fumbles it, and it's back to Hangzhou's possession.
Off-ball foul by Sakura. Only their team's first, so we talk about all teams might consider maybe having a take foul, but in this particular case, Saitama really could use those to catch their breath.
Vidovic laying it in with a tied score. There's an offensive foul called on Ochai.
Yeah, when it comes to handoffs and screening, well, just moved ever so slightly to the left. You know, referees need to make the distinction between firming up and a movement. So if you're just firming up in anticipation of contact, that's supposed to be legal, but the referees are looking in and cueing in for any little bit of momentum and movement. So that's why handoffs are so tricky, because typically the initial player is moving already. Now Ochai giving a lot of room to number 13, Milanovic.
Hangzhou with back-to-back perimeter shots. 3 seconds left. And another foul call on Ochai.
Well, that definitely makes the defense a little bit more easy, that Saitama is intentionally leaving number 13, Milos Milanovic, open deep. And so, especially when Ochai is matched up on him, he can really play as the help defender in the paint. Have his teammates chase him around screens, work a little bit harder on the outside and letting the inside stuff funnel to Ochai in the middle.
We got our cheerleaders here this weekend. They are our Bolili cheer girls or dance team from our semi-professional league, the SBL Bolili team in Zhanghua. So we start off at the timeout. Ozawa off to Ochai at the top with Logo, and Sakur lays one in.
Yeah, they love to get Sakur and Ochai in a two-man game. Foul on the deep pass. That's Milos Subica. You see, they love getting those two involved because they leave Roy Ozawa on the far side. So there's no help defense. It's a real pure two-man game. Good anticipation for the steal.
Sakur steals that cookie off to Ochai, and Ozawa for the floater, and it's good.
That time they switched it up. After rejecting the handoff, it was Ochai and Ozawa as looked like a straight pass to Sakur on the missed shot.
I've yet to see Hangzhou get their three-point shot in. But maybe we'll see Goran Vidovic for one. Nope. He'll try for the second time, and it goes around and out.
Balls on red.
Yeah, right now Saitama's on offense playing a lot more of a two-man game. Hangzhou is trying to figure out what they're trying to do. But that's a good start, a little pick and roll.
Vidovic to Subica. Flash in a pan, Ozawa from the top. And Vidovic once again for three. Bricks it.
Yeah, right now Sakur is actually looking like the Saitama player that can beat his man off the dribble.
Vidovic determined to get another three-point shot. It's just not really working right now. But he's gonna lob it out to Subica. Out, Ochai outsized by Subica. Gets it in, no problem.
And now that foul count is even at 5-5, but we have ourselves a ball game halfway through.
Sakur with 1 second left. Underhands it, just a little bit too short. Vidovic trying. Off mark. And just like that, he clears the layup.
Well, Sakur this time taking advantage of a screen. Usually they don't have him be the ball handler on those screens.
Side steps for a three. It's on Trachkovic. Ochai spins around for a nice mid-range shot.
Yeah, that time Ozawa was the little to big screen. Saitama has survived more than okay with their defensive rebounding as Sakur showing off his excitement.
Let it all out. They worked hard. They're Saitama currently up 12-10.
Because they haven't actually hit their threes really either, but they're finding their ways to get to the basket. Saitama coming into this game as an unranked world team. Hangzhou coming in world rank number 17 as a club. But another missed free throw.
Come on, that's why I call it the charity stripe. You should be getting those for free. Should be no problem.
Oh, it's rare to see a double screen.
Sakur at the 6 second mark from the top. Now we have Vidovic popping it back out to the perimeter. And it's still gonna be Hangzhou's ball.
They missed the putback. Kind of a killer there.
Another hook pass by Ozawa, but unfortunately it hits Milovanovic first. And comes in for three, gets his own rebound, trips up out of bounds.
Yeah, he was fouled on that rebounding play. If you can't get it working for yourself, deep shots mean big bounces on the rebound. And so that definitely keeps it challenging for Saitama to, in a shorthanded fashion, stay tough with their rebounding. And Hangzhou, with at least one guy to rotate, can expend a little bit more energy chasing after those long rebounds. Only 3.5 minutes to go with the lead. Let's see if they can keep on being the Cinderella story.
They would have some leverage if they are able to get those perimeter shots through. It's definitely something that both teams are struggling, like we've mentioned before. As Vidovic, out of timeout, tries it.
Hangzhou has definitely made it tough on Saitama the last few possessions, making clean passes. A clean catch and shoot this time, but missed.
Saitama still with possession of the ball. Sakur up against Truchkovic. There's some tumbling around on the floor right now, but it bounce passes to Sakur. It hits the buzzer beater though.
Tough situation because I think the scorekeepers identified that the ball didn't touch the rim, so a shot clock violation after the loose ball.
Vidovic tries to drop in a floater, and Supitsa with a putback, and his second attempt making it through the hoop, under the paint. Zaw quickly trying to catch up with three. Scores tied, 12-12. Supitsa at the paint, another one.
Yeah, right now Saitama kind of losing their legs, so that's going to make everything in the paint harder for them. And what also goes away is your outside shot. So they're right now fighting an uphill battle down on the scoreboard, and no fouls really to take.
Sakur with a teardrop shot attempt. Milovanovic to Vidovic.
I mean, Hangzhou's trying to get pretty much everyone into the paint. And I think that's the first three by Supitsa, and he misses.
Ochai for a spin move, comes around, tries to outsmart Vidovic. Vidovic brings the ball back to Hangzhou and to Milovanovic for three.
That might be a killer blow there. I think the first two-pointer of the game for Hangzhou, and it extends their lead to a two-possession game. As interesting, the double foul pretty much cancel out these free throws.
X factor, I'd say one of the X factors right now is whoever can get more of their perimeter shots in. So Hangzhou with their first in a while. Let's see if Saitama can answer back.
Hangzhou was able to get 22 points versus Al-Wakar, and the reason why it was 22, actually, a lot of times in the pool play is because teams intentionally get up to 20 points and challenge themselves to get a two-pointer.
Sakur to Ochai.
Jump shot's good. Hangzhou's very physical, so that pass had to bring Ochai to the other block. They have a chance to tie it up here.
Ozawa between the legs with Sakur up against Supitsa. He's going through, he pulls through. 55 seconds left. Saitama still's got a chance, as that three-point shot was short, but Supita out on the perimeter. Another off-the-mark shot.
Now bounce out of bounds for Saitama. They really needed that possession. They needed the break right here. As you saw, it would have been a relatively easy layup, but then as hard as it gets for Sakura down low, anyone's game still.
Sakura finds Ozawa. Couldn't execute that lay-in. Vidovic, could we see him succeed in a three-point shot? Not quite. Ochai, 33 seconds to go. He's finding space in the lane. He drops in a lay-in, and the score is tied 15 all. And Vidovic for a floater. That doesn't make it through.
Ooh, the rebound going to Hangzhou there. All their Saitama players were in position. They got to defend, but they have time to get the ball back.
One of these teams will be moving forward. It could be one of them right now. 10 seconds left on the clock. Vidovic pops it out to Supita, no good. And a foul called on Saitama.
That will be free throws, but 3.4 on the clock. Still possible for a miracle, even with two made.
Supita at the line.
Well, this is even bigger because now, even with a made free throw, a three-pointer could win the game for Saitama.
So you're saying there's a chance, to quote Dumb and
Even
Dumber.
better than a chance.
Supita makes that one. Coming up for lost time with 1 second left. It is overshot.
A great valiant effort, but Sakura was chased all the way to that two-point line in the right corner.
It was a very valiant effort. Saitama has had an incredible weekend. Played hard, they've hustled with 3 players only, but Hangzhou still pulls through. This was such a tight race between the two teams. Hangzhou will be playing in the semifinals at 6:05. Stay tuned for more quarterfinals. Up next is going to be Amsterdam HiPRO against Princeton.
Popping from downtown, number 7. Number 7. 30 seconds.
At Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall, this is quarterfinals Amsterdam HiPRO up against Princeton of US of A. For those who missed out, we just watched Saitama versus Hangzhou. It was a tough game. Both teams struggled with shooting from the perimeter, but at the end, Saitama, valiant effort, lost to Hangzhou. Hangzhou will be moving forward to the quarterfinals. And USA and Amsterdam, USA at the pool play, they were in the D pool. It was a low scoring but tight game up against Hangzhou. Took the win easy from Al-Wakar. Amsterdam, on the other hand, 2-0 up, got the win from Changhua and Saitama as we kick off. Caruso starting off quick and strong with the first perimeter shot. And Amsterdam trying to follow suit.
Amsterdam in blue are world rank number 5, this particular squad. Princeton world rank number 16.
Caruso, back-to-back scoring, lays it in.
Little one-handed alley by number 13, Dresden. A little bit too handsy trying to defend Caruso. I want to see that feed again, but it was Caruso just with the effort plays. Part of what made the last game so exciting, it was neither team could really shoot it from outside, so crashing the boards were a huge element. Of course, we definitely also appreciate the outside stroke, that time just for one by Hoffman. What a dive.
So quite a bit of a tussle between Wilkerson and Slagter.
That was an effort play by Hoffman to even make it a 50-50 ball. Subs for both teams.
Got Amsterdam's X Factor, De Jong. Plenty of time, no one guarding him. 4-3, oh, just effortless. Wilkerson with Carrington at the paint. Tripped up De Jong, but De Jong answers back with a three-point shot. Wilkerson with a mid-range attempt, and De Jong trying to go for back-to-back three-point shots.
They're going Carrington's way. He does have a height advantage.
De Jong hands it off to Slater. Back to De Jong.
Even better contest.
Scores tied. Caruso tries to pass it to Carrington, but loses it to Amsterdam's possession with De Jong at the paint. De Jong pushing Wilkerson. Gets a foul call.
I think part of it was trying to contend that there was a goaltend. Well, it's close.
Huffman to Caruso. Caruso drives into the paint, pops it back out to Huffman, and Huffman for three, a little too short, tries to go for his own rebound. Thelson to the top to Dreisen. And once again, De Jong, 4 seconds left, counting down. He's gonna go for three, and it's good. Kalina's a whistle for three.
Giving Amsterdam a 3-point lead before still a minute away, half a minute away from the TV timeout. But Amsterdam is playing strong, and as hard as Princeton is playing, they're gonna need to put the ball in the bucket.
Huffman hesitated for a second, but pulls through. Just had to commit right there. De Jong up against Huffman. Evaluating De Jong for mid-range shot. Caruso with quite a bit of air. Bounce pass to Wilkerson.
It was Princeton that was going, or no, Wilkerson, excuse me, that was going back door. They already have 15 points in the first 3 minutes.
Huffman for 3. Off mark.
Just a little bit too much pressure by number 11, Thieleson. You know, Amsterdam's, in terms of height at least, equal amongst all their players, so the opposite can't really be said for Princeton. They have Wilkerson, a little bit stockier, and versus Carrington, who's a little bit taller and lankier. So it kind of depends on what kind of matchups they can get and what they can take advantage of. Good anticipation.
Wilkerson goes in to Carrington. Carrington turns around for the mid-range. Can't pull through. Ooh. DeYoung kind of lands funny. You kind of see his knee go in a different direction.
Kind of got a tug from behind by Huffman, who's trying to provide some help defense. He's right now out there.
Maybe if we choose more bubble gum, it'll fix it.
That would be a very unique solution. He's going to stay in there at least for another possession, so trying to work something off. The referees are at the monitor to see the replay if they might consider elevating the foul to an unsportsmanlike.
He doesn't look like the kind of player that would want to sit out anyways.
Hey, the bubble gum is working, but
That's
what do you want to get a fresh stick in there, perhaps?
We gotta ask him what kind of bubble gum he chews. I would have figured with those big bubbles, maybe Big League Chew. They have that in Amsterdam.
Looks like it's just going to be a common foul. In fact, the first for Princeton on the game. Definitely one of those situations, not entirely sure if it's something he needs to keep active or if it's something he wants to keep calm in terms of muscles or tendons that might not be as intended.
Thieleson up against Carrington. Carrington hits his hand against the board, but couldn't stop him. As Huffman. Ooh, the ball goes around and out, but
Tapped in.
couldn't tell if that was Amsterdam or Caruso there. DeYoung almost losing the ball up against Huffman. Outsmarts Caruso.
He looks healthy there, that
Taps in.
left-right shift.
Bounce
And he
pass
comes
from
around.
Huffman to Caruso. Caruso kind of fumbles around with the ball. Huffman with 3 seconds left, pushes through with 3.
Tied it up, and DeYoung looks just as healthy as ever.
Thieleson for 3, that's gonna be off mark. Scores tie 10-all.
Haven't had any subs in a long time.
Carrington
Double
off to
screen.
Huffman. It's a little bit short. Dreisen to Thieleson, hands off to Thieleson. Couldn't pull through Wilkerson. 5 seconds left. He gets his own rebound, gets it in the second time.
Yeah, kind of dislodging the defensive player. a little bit. The physicality is so strong. Despite missing the first, you're in a much better position to follow up your own miss.
Score number 10, Princeton.
We're at the halfway point now. Huffman
Good switch.
to Wilkerson. And Thelson finds De Jong.
Foul from behind. He got position and was in fact putting Caruso in his back pocket. It would have been an easy lay-in if not for the take foul. Little triangle formation.
Slagter outpaces Wilkerson. Now Wilkerson takes it out to the perimeter. Tries to find Caruso.
Good positioning on
around.
the block.
Nice.
Hey, I thought they outlawed old school post basketball.
Did you read that on the internet? You know
Yes,
you can't
for
rely on
sure.
the internet.
For sure on the internet. There's
Not
a foul.
everything there is 100% true, you know.
Looked like
I read that on the internet.
kind of pushed into Carrington by Wilkerson.
A little sandwich. Dryson out to De Jong. De Jong through Huffman and Carrington lays it in for another bucket. Carrington to Huffman. And for three, just short hits the rim. And the
Let's see who the
referees
foul's
call
on.
a foul on Huffman.
One of those 50-50 balls, but look at the spin move. Carrington anticipating going baseline, turn middle. Classic.
Ooh.
I think both teams really needing this break. There's a lot less off-ball movement going on right now.
See on the screen, we have a, like we mentioned before, a pretty solid turnout. We'll probably get even more as we get to the semifinals. That's going to be coming up at 5:40, but stay tuned at 5:20. There's going to be some entertainment. What it is, not sure. You'll have to find out yourself.
Red goal. Scores next at 12.
Keeping it way wide.
Oh, and a slammer jammer by Henry Caruso. Just as we get off of timeout, Slagter for three, drops it in. Timeout was definitely, came in handy as Wilkerson for mid-range shot. Shots on shots on shots. Where's Lil Jon?
Yeah, unlike a lot of the play we saw this weekend, Princeton actually spreading it way out wide and then very smartly going back door. At least it worked one time. Tied up at 14, but possession to Amsterdam.
De Jong bounce passes to Dryson.
Trying to get between Wilkerson and Carrington on that pick and roll. And that bounce pass looked like a lot of trouble. Very dangerous, not very strongly delivered, but just in the perfect spot. It'll result in free throws in. Princeton now with 5 as a team. Only 1 to take.
I think that might have been Dryson's first field goal in today's matchup. Huffman tries to push through, but he draws a foul off of Dryson.
Yeah, that actually kind of looked like trouble as you see Caruso kind of bringing his defender over too.
Free throw number 9, David Hoffman.
Just like last game, I got a feeling that this one will go all the way down to the wire. We might not make it to 21.
Can't complain about exciting basketball as the Michigan native makes his free throw shot. De Jong against Caruso.
Caruso just got a hand on the ball to kind of lodge it a little bit free from De Jong, who couldn't deliver it as he wanted to.
Huffman manages to get that shot in. It rattles in as the score is now 17-15. De Jong up against Huffman. Pulls through, though. It's Caruso with 5 seconds left. Is him up against Slatter with a great mid-range shot. And for and one, we'll get a free throw. He'll get a free throw opportunity right after our timeout called by Huffman there.
Amsterdam might be down, but they're not in a world of trouble. Only down by 2 points. 2.5 to go, but Princeton has really done well after the timeout. Jan Dresen sitting for at least the next possession as Amsterdam going a little smaller.
De Jong goes up and around Wilkerson.
And it looks like Huffman took a shot on that drive. There's a lot to be sorting out here. The referees will have a little conversation. Get another look. De Jong coming through, and
ooh.
I think that's, unfortunately for Huffman, more incidental than anything. The two-men high five. Again, Huffman trying to come over as the help defender, and De Jong's driving on one player. Really, he's not responsible for protecting the other. Well, the elbow goes out just a little bit.
But he doesn't quite raise it up, so like you said, might have just been an accident.
The referee from Korea, Kim Ga-in, is at the monitor taking another look. It'll just possibly just be another stoppage of play for now for both teams to catch their breath. Because with the made basket, Amsterdam has pulled it within one. As it stands now, it's just it's a free throw coming up. Young with a chance to tie it up.
Off the mark, Caruso brings it back to Princeton's possession.
I would say Caruso is the MVP for Princeton with his rebounding effort.
He's got a pretty long wingspan, and he's just a really tall guy, so any air that he puts in, he's gonna get those rebounds, no problem. As they pull through with another, but Amsterdam answers the callback. 1 point difference, Huffman for three.
Trying to end it right there. Amsterdam needs 2 possessions. There's one. Ball goes out of bounds. It looks like it should be for Princeton. I mean, Huffman, very aware of the time and the score, went for the two-pointer, and with almost 2 minutes left, you're kind of playing that game of risk right now. Do you want to take a lot of open or take a lot of deep shots, or are you going to go 2 at a time? That foul is De Jong aggressive. Understandably, Princeton not so happy with Huffman getting 2 to the face. Well, I mean,
you can't help that he has a big nose.
Well, De Jong is going for the basketball in that situation. You see on the replay, his left hand is very close to the basketball. So certainly, if you're in blue, you're thinking he's making a play on the basketball. Now we have a very close up on the play in question.
You don't see a lot of these closed-in shots.
I mean, it's going to be a crucial call here. For now, as it stands, it's just a personal foul. Of course, Princeton would like it to be upgraded. Looks like they're going to just have to check it. I think Huffman might protect possession to his other side this time. Nope, he goes to the right.
Same place. Crusoe from Burlingame, a little bit too deep. De Jong gets the rebound, and he goes in for three, and that one is good. And just like that, Amsterdam takes it in for the kill, 21-19. Amsterdam moves forward to the quarterfinals.
Now, I will put that up as the most incredible finish we've had all weekend here at the Taipei Challenger. Fading away, hand in his face. With all that's gone on in the game, he called game.
Despite that funny way he landed his foot, he was still able to pull through, and they're going to need him. He's definitely Amsterdam's X factor. So stay tuned for the semifinals, excuse me, at 5:40. It's going to be Vienna versus Hangzhou. In the meantime, if you want to stick around, because we got some midday. Oh, excuse me. 4:35, we've got the quarterfinals. Marijampole against the Yokohama Bees at 5:40.
蓝色球衣哦，那人称呢也是呢荷兰的国宝哦。过程当中会突然吐了一个泡泡。好，现在时间呢是下午的4点32分，那也跟大家预报一下，在中正纪念堂有个规定哦，我们在5点钟的时候必须呢收掉所有的音乐以及所有的声音。那也先跟现场朋友预告一下，那下一场赛事呢，马上呢要进行的是我们来自日本的Yokohama以及呢立陶宛精彩的赛事。
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the C1 number 1, Marijampole Mantinga, number 11, Everdas. Number 12, Justin. Number 7, Tavidas. Number 9, Saitama. Marijampole Mantinga. Yeah, now, ladies and gentlemen, from Japan, Yokohama BeefmanEXE, number 10, Kakashi Sano. Number 6, Ito Yamato. Number 13, Takaki Sekusu. Number 18, Milos Yondamasi. Team Yokohama BeefmanEXE from Japan.
Still here at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall. It is the 3-on-3 Taipei Challenge. We are Challenger. We are still in the midst of quarterfinals. It is the Marijampole Mantinga team of Lithuania up against Yokohama Beefman of Japan. Lithuania was in Pool C, played against Ulaanbaatar, recently eliminated earlier today, as well as beating Chinese Taipei Sijing Zhongxing. Yokohama Beefman in Pool A beat Taichung of Chinese Taipei, but lost to Vienna, who is moving on to the semifinals. Shimons for a perimeter shot.
Marijampole in blue, world rank number 18. We didn't get to explain, but yesterday and every day here at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial, there is a flag ceremony before sundown. And so at 5 p.m., in fact, the music has to be turned off at the venue. That's why the schedule has us finishing right before that and before we head on into the entertainment and semifinals. But Yokohama in the maroon or red jersey, trying to have the upset and move on.
Number 2.
No points yet, but the power of Mila Slobocic getting this started on the score.
In this matchup, we are determining who's going to move forward to the semifinals to play up against Amsterdam. Amsterdam played against Princeton earlier. That was another exciting game as the referees call a foul on blue. Yamato finds Shimizu for a jump shot. Lachinkas to Diagas with a putback by Shimons.
Yeah, just forgot dropped his rebounding assignment.
Hojbasic tries to go in at the paint, no good, couldn't pull through. Yamato tries to go in for the lay-in, outsized by Shimons.
Try to drop it off over his shoulder too. Would have been fancy.
That was Lachinkas for the 3 points that rattled right in as the Bulgarian goes in for 3 for the attempt. Yamato hands it off to Shimizu. He goes for a step back, 3-point, no good. Ball gets lobbed to Giagas. It's one-on-one up against Shimizu.
Good hands. 5 seconds left on the shot clock as both teams substitute.
Three seconds on the clock. Sano for 3. Giagas right at the paint. Pulls through. Yamato up against Lithuanian Giagas. And Shimizu loses grip of the ball. It pokes out of bounds.
He'll stay with Yokohama, but only 2 seconds on the shot clock. Might have gotten away with a no call there if you're Marijampole.
For the buzzer beater.
Almost off the bank. Yokohama trying to find better opportunities on the offensive end.
Lachinkas to Giagas, wide open for 3, makes a splash. And Kluchinkas didn't want to have any FOMO, polishes off another one. Yamato hands it off to Kobasic down on the paint, but misfires back to Lithuania. Lithuania gets the next field goal.
Mercifully for Yokohama, a television timeout, as not only are they being outshot from the perimeter, they're right now also being out-hustled to the boards. So Marijampole might have 4 fouls as a team, but I would definitely take a 9-point lead in the form that they're playing with right now. You know, sometimes basketball comes down to creating your own opportunities, you know, not through any strategy or anything very ingenious, but the effort plays can get you there. Little handoff and another.
Shimizu with going 360 for a spin cycle, pulls through with one right after the timeout. And we got Shimons with trying to go in for a fancy footwork layup, and all that space, Shimizu pulls through with a lay-in.
Yeah, Shimizu is looking to drive it every time, but on the Marijampole side, it looks like all 4 of their guys could get a step on their defenders. First foul by Yokohama will result in a free throw.
Logs in another point for Marijampole was Giagas, as Kozbejic.
Big fundamentals, but with the left hand off the backboard. Good defense.
Double teamed by Kozbejic and Shimizu. And Shimon's behind the back. We got Giagas once again being the main
Between 2
scorer.
defenders. Looks like a warning for complaining, but Lithuania either has smart hands or they're too fast for the referee's eyes. There's the behind the back assist of the day so far.
To Kozbejic, the mismatch of size, gets it in. Shimon's tries to bounce past it off to Nacedas.
Tripped up in the process. So despite Kozbejic finding his scoring underneath, Yokohama is
off to Shimons, and Giagas just comes in and throws it down. Shimizu turns around for a jump shot. Let's see, he finds that lane and space. Just goes for it. We have Shimizu at the free throw line. 32-year-old, 6'3", makes it through. Giagas draws a foul.
Also red shooting foul. Ball just on the line. One shot.
effort rebound while Yokohama is small.
Nacedas double teamed by Yokohama. Giagas puts it back through. Just past the halfway point in this matchup. There's 3 seconds left to go. Last ditch effort. Yamato tries to go in, but blue team brings it back out. No look pass to Giagas. Once again against Shimizu. Puts it, gets a step back.
Even his footwork is off on that shot like that. So So in the less than a minute, Yokohama trying to survive without Kovacic.
Nasedic to Klachinkas between the legs.
Didn't work as well as you'd think it would. And I think that's our first shot clock violation of this quarterfinals game.
It's Shimizu up against Shimons. No look pass to Korbasic. Shimons finds Giagis. Just like that. That's their X factor. Just find Giagis at the paint.
Playing a little catch between those two guys.
3 seconds left. Shimizu's got to make some moves. That's off the mark. But Coach Basic coming through. Gets the rebound and the field goal. But just like that, Yamato draws a foul, or gets a foul. We got a TV timeout.
I think the way the game has gone, Yokohama's biggest issue right now is the score. Marijampole only 4 points from ending it. So even if they can find their scoring opportunities down low, especially around Milos Kovacic, somehow keeping Marijampole to under 3 points for the next 3.5 minutes will be a tall task. And if you're Marijampole, I feel like everything that's been happening in the game has gone your way. You don't even mind big Kovacic taking advantage down low. And there's another effort rebound.
Sets his foot this time, second round. It hits the rails. Bounce pass to Nasedic. Klachinkas tacks in an assist. Shimizu up against Shimons.
Beautiful footwork, but could not get enough spin on the jelly there.
Klachinkas nailing the three-point shot at the top. And Shimons steals a cookie from number 18, Coach Basic. And Nasedic off the mark with a three-point shot. They got one more point left. Yokohama's got some work to do, but Shimons tries to end it with a three-point shot at the corner. Bounce back to Coach Basic.
Trying to survive.
Letting them have it, and blue for another 3 points. That's going to be Shimons. Shimizu. And Klachinkas bringing the ball out. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. And 4-3 deep is way off the mark.
Maybe they should just all spread out and take turns shooting threes. Seems pretty intentional by both teams.
You get a shot. You get a shot. Everyone gets a shot.
Timeout first as Yokohama discusses how they will pull off this miracle comeback by 10 points. This would be, according to my notes, the biggest deficit they faced in the game. They definitely posed a huge challenge to Vienna in Pool A play, going down only toward the end, 19-21 to the top-ranked team of the tournament, number 2 overall in the world.
Sano for 3. Coach Basic at the paint, couldn't get the rebound. Klachinkas hands it off to Shimons. With 6 seconds left to go, it's Shimons for 3, and it pulled through. Marijampole concludes this game 22-10. They're going to move on to the semifinals up against Amsterdam at 6:05. Huge congratulations to the team of Lithuania, and also a congratulations to Yokohama BeefmanEXE. They did an excellent job this tournament. Hope to see them around again soon. Stay tuned for more basketball at 5:40. Vienna versus Hangzhou.
Another one, number 7. Targeting number 13. Number. Back 5-4. Game. 1 or 2.
蛋白相当好的东西。然后我们先让GM 跟小吴排前面，你看这样投不进，我们后面的人就没压力了。对，你第一个，来小胡，对于呢这次台北挑战赛你怎么看？
很棒，就是这个环境，然后也觉得很多球迷来看，我觉得对于篮球的风气非常好。有些歌的主，
没有，对，这个是多的。哎，GM怎么看这一次呢？我们台北挑战赛？很棒哦，好，来第一位，台南公道伯。好，这个故事，哎，没投进的排到后面继续，我们会送完呢，适合我们呢，适合。好，第一位，恭喜，哎 ，GM 请在这边 stand by， 还有3位，来继续。好，2位剩最后2盒喽。你不是只会拍照，投进把球吃掉。我怕尊重啊，我怕尊重，我会当的。小朋友加油！小朋友会不会太远？再一次，小朋友来这里，因为小朋友的成长只有一次啊，不要让他生活感到挫折。好，但是也要让他知道呢，要重新排队。我都不会扣，好，来加油！哎，你想太久了吧？来下一位，来自立陶宛的好朋友。好，他算是中配哥，啊，穿得很好。下一位，这个游戏会玩，我们原本想说3分钟就可以结束了。所以这个故事告诉我们，篮球场上最遥远的距离就是罚球线了。好，谢谢，最后一位。哎，你回去那投进的回去可以炫耀一下，说台南公道我都没投进哦，我一球就投进了。好，谢谢，来4位请到场中央可以。那其他的朋友稍后一下，我们5点20还有一场，5点20还有黑松沙士的投篮挑战赛。好，也谢谢呢我们台湾的优质的蛋白的品牌提供给我们的乳清蛋白，谢谢，谢谢。我们在5点钟的时候呢，我们这个中正纪念堂这个地方呢，因为呢会做一个静音，那后方呢会有呢降旗的仪式，所以呢等一下呢请大家稍后一下，趁着这个空档的时间，大家呢不妨呢可以到呢我们Amsterdam3x3的一个活动摊位当中。那我们有很多的周边的商品，那现场呢也有在贩售。
现在荧幕上看到的是 DJ Pony，Spin that DJ。
那么等一下呢，黑松沙士的投篮挑战赛，那我们的基本呢就是3瓶，好不好？3瓶，第一个上来投进的就3瓶，如果没有投进的话，我们就继续累积，累积到最后呢，投进的人把所有的黑松沙士带走。所以排在后面的人不用担心，你只要祈祷前面的人没投进，你的后面呢，你可以拿得到的黑松沙士就会越来越多。
哎 ，Pony 没有对荧幕比个耶。全场都跑出去。
上一轮早。 10瓶，谢谢。11瓶，我实在你太顾啊。他帮你们累积瓶数，12。恭喜！带走黑松沙士1打，来3瓶。好，3瓶带走。好，3瓶带走。我们会不会把仓库的都用完了？好，4瓶。好，可惜哦，有购买我们周边商品的，来10瓶，10瓶，带走，恭喜！好，3瓶，好，带走3瓶。哎，要跟我讲剩多少哦，不然我要贴钱哦。好，来4瓶。为了想要累积更多黑松沙士，又去买周边商品的10瓶，用实际行动来支持呢我们台北挑战赛。好，谢谢帮忙累积的，来11。好，12 12。好，13，目前快要我们累积最多到哪里？是12嘛？13瓶带走。
快没路。
好4。好，想办法累积到24好了。好5。哇，这位帅哥呢哦，飘喷呢。好，来6。来，这也穿着呢，这是我们 U12的，U10的小朋友，来，你投进了10瓶，要不要？投得进吗？好。啊，可惜，没关系，叫你爸买，你爸很有钱。好，11。快点看能不能够破纪录哦！好，13。恭喜13瓶带走。好，4瓶，来最后几位了哦。好，4瓶。来投啊，3号。 哇，在我们场边呢，还有呢传奇球星哦，神奇小子，现在是神奇老爸罗新良也来到了我们活动现场喽，欢迎呢我们罗新良，欢迎。刚刚为什么没有下来投一下黑松沙士呢？
那跟现场的朋友们预告一下，待会的4强第1场赛事将有世界排名第2的维也纳出战中国杭州代表队，这是4强的第1场比赛。 Yeah, now, ladies and gentlemen, semi-final game 1. Let me introduce you, Team Vienna, number 13, Qualifier. Number 10, the girl Contemporary. Number 12, there's Nananer. And the last, number 7, there's Maritime. Yeah, now I introduce you, Hangzhou, China, number 13, BeefmanEXE. Number 11, Marijampole. Number 6, Vladimir. And the last, number 8, Gory. Team Hangzhou, China.
Welcome back to 2023 FIBA 3x3 Taipei Challenger. You are witnessing the semifinals. It is Vienna up against Hangzhou tonight. Winner will be going into the finals at 7:20. After this, it's going to be Amsterdam up against Lithuania's Marijampole. With me is Ryan Chen on the broadcast.
Hangzhou in the first position.
Vienna taking down the team from Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, 21-13. On the other side, Amsterdam had a tough fight against Princeton, but Hangzhou beat Saitama just by a point, the closest margin A quick 2-1 start, and we have our first. Oh, I thought it was a foul, just an out of bounds. This Hangzhou team, and even more so today than before, left open from the outside. But if they start stroking it, they'll be a whole different team. Vienna, on the other hand, the top-seeded and top world-ranked team, led by that man himself, Enis Maradi.
And Milos Supica of Hangzhou gets the shot in at the paint. We were getting a bit of a drizzle here at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall, but looks like it's cleared up a little bit. We got a couple of umbrellas out still, just in case if it comes, the drizzle comes back again as Maradi gets in another point.
Oh.
Gets denied though by Nico Kaltenbrunner.
Goran Vidovic thought he was open, but his shooting form is a jump shot, but he kind of shoots it in a one motion straight from his chest. So the release point is actually not all that high. Again, leaving him space. But this time it's Milanovic who scores 2. And Hangzhou with a lead at 6-4.
Score 6-4.
Vienna's toughest challenge actually came in the pool stage. Another Maradi shot made. Vienna was just able to top Yokohama by 2 points at the 8:25 game last night.
Maradi once again with the ball. Finds Kaltenbrunner. 4 seconds left to go. He finds space in the lane and he drives in for the layup.
Too much power, too much speed in one combination. As it looks like Maradi's trying to get a sub out, sustaining some kind of nick. Well, he'll retie his shoes. Should be ready to go as you see the replay on the player going down.
Milo Ivanovic trying to go for his second three-point shot. And digs out on the perimeter. He's gonna drive in around the world and lays it in.
Diggs has the longest wingspan of the Vienna team, but they sometimes put him on smaller guards, leaving him wide open and an air ball.
That's gonna be number 12, Lenarder's first field goal. We see number 6, Vladimir Trachkovic on the floor. Looks like he's okay.
Might have been an ankle turn as the steal attempt was being made. He'll take a break.
Maradi is at the bench. He's got a pack of ice as Trachkovic is going to be taking a look at his ankle. That ball just rolls out of the rim. Still. Referee makes a call.
Still hobbling around is Maradi, but he's got himself in. It'll be Vienna ball after the foul.
Diggs with 9 seconds is at the top for 3. Drops it in. Milo Ivanovic about to hand it off to Vidovic.
Vienna has to pay a foul for the miscommunication right after possession.
Vidovic trying to squeeze through Lenorder and Kaltenbrunner. And Kaltenbrunner over to Lenorder.
But a foul on the rebound. It's going to be against Hangzhou. Well, after a day and a half of competition, these guys sure playing with a lot of lumps.
And Marathi coming off the bench, nails in another three-pointer.
Looks like a delay of game warning. Right after we arrived under 7 minutes, our first time out of the game, Vienna holding serve. I mean, the credit going to Marathi for nailing a couple of the outside shots, finding his driving lanes as well. And the team defensive strategy clearly to leave Hangzhou open on the outside, who are trying the best they can to squeeze inside. They have the 1-2 pointer made, but they're going to need a lot more of that to make it back in this game and advance to the finals.
It's a high screen by Supizza. Now he's at the paint, up against Diggs. Quickly gets a point.
Hangzhou's gonna look for those deep paint lobs if they can.
Diggs with a step back attempt, and there goes a foul on Marathi.
An unsportsmanlike immediately called by the referee. Not much of an argument from Marathi. 2 free throws coming up. And unsportsmanlikes are counted as 2 team fouls on the scoreboard, unlike in 5-on-5 basketball. That'll go a long way to helping Hangzhou out on the scoreboard, close the gap.
Kaltenbrunner with 5 seconds left. He's going to drive it in and makes it through.
Just so good at finishing. When he goes downhill, when he builds some momentum up, he's so hard to stop. Getting by one defender, avoiding the steal attempt by another, and finishing through a third.
Kaltenbrunner ranked 2nd in Australia for a 3-on-3.
There's a foul. Looks like against number 13, Milanovic. Giving himself a little bit of talk, as there you see the wrestling move he was trying to engage in.
And Marathi, center, gets through with another.
It almost seems like he's better off when his center of balance is actually thrown off. It looks like there will be a foul going the other way. Our scoreboard operator having to keep up. There you see Kaltenbrunner put in a bad position. The foul didn't do enough to affect the shot. Been a long stretch since we've had a substitution.
I haven't seen much of Milos Supizza on the court, as Kaltenbrunner at the top with a perimeter shot attempt.
But a team offensive rebound, thanks to the hustle of Enes Marathi, number 7 again. Now Diggs is coming in.
Diggs to Marathi, and Marathi pops it back out to Lenader. 5 seconds with a floater shot. Couldn't execute, gets his rebound.
But a foul right before the shot clock ends. So Vienna, we're going to be coming away with a free throw attempt and even if the foul count. So only 4 points away from finishing this one off. Let me check my math. 4 minutes and 25 seconds into this one, Taylor. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lenader gets his free throw shot in.
Almost a steal attempt by Kaltenbrunner. He's been a huge factor on the effort side.
Supica getting it in. Diggs at the paint for another. And a high pass out to Supica. Back-to-back scoring for the 6'9" Belgrade native. And it's one-on-one. Diggs up against Supica. Supica pops it back out to Vidovic. And it's Milovanovic for three. Off mark.
Big rebound by Diggs. Let's see if they go 2 or 1.
For three. And Diggs behind the back, gets the ball, recovers at the top, but blocked by Supica. And Vidovic for a perimeter shot for the offensive foul.
So with a second to breathe, let's see what Vienna draws up.
Altenbrunner lays it in.
1 away.
Off balance was Goran Vidovic.
Looks like they caught Nico Kaltenbrunner with a foul. It should be 2 free throws coming up. But desperation time for Hangzhou, and their guys look gassed.
For two there, Diggs to Marotti. And off to Lenorder. 4 seconds for a jump shot from Marotti that rolls out of the rim. Milovanovic to Vidovic, and Vidovic tried to go in.
A whole bunch of bodies went down. An eventual whistle. Something was happening. It looks like one of those technical fouls, so not the first time a game here in the Taipei Challenger that will end at the free throw line, but it's possible here.
A little anticlimactic, but Vienna will take it after all. We conclude this game, Vienna taking the win, going ahead to the finals, 21-14. Coming up next at 6:05, it's going to be Amsterdam up against Marijampole of Lithuania. Stay tuned for more.
赛呢，会有哪一队人来取得？分别呢，身着呢蓝色球衣的是来自荷兰的阿姆斯特丹，那另外呢，身着了红色球衣的是立陶宛。究竟呢，谁能够挺进冠亚军决赛呢？也请各位呢拭目以待。好，还有1分钟的比赛呢就要正式展开了。那在这一场比赛结束之后，那我们也要让呢取得了冠军赛门票的队伍呢稍作休息一下。这边呢我们会有安排一场的表演赛，也请呢各位拭目以待。那表演赛的参赛队伍呢是我们 U18的中华培训队，拿到东亚运呢银牌的U18培训队，以及呢一群半坛老爸，好要跟我们 U18进行的表演赛，也请各位拭目以待。
And now, ladies and gentlemen, semi-final game 2. Let me introduce you to Amsterdam HiPRO number 13, John Jason. Number 8, Amers Latu. Number 11, number Dennison. And that's number 4, World Tour Manama Masters. And now let me introduce Team Marijampole, number 11, Evadas. Number 12, Justin. Number 7, Venus. And the last number 9 is Mendes. Team Marijampole.
Game 2 of the semifinals here at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall. This is the FIBA 3x3 Taipei Challenger. We are watching Amsterdam up against Marijampole of Lithuania. Here with me is Ryan Chen. Amsterdam advancing to the semifinals earlier up against Princeton of the United States. It was a tight game, 21-19. Worthy de Jong, Dutch player, nailing the coffin with a perimeter shot. There we go. We see it here at that replay. Amazing stuff. He kind of landed funny on one of his legs, but looks like he's recovered just fine for this semifinals.
He scored pretty much half the points for Amsterdam HiPRO in that matchup. Had several long ones, and to pair with his athletic ability, that's going to be a deadly combination. On the other side, Marijampole had a relatively easy it can be on elimination day, because they were able to lock up pretty much everyone on Yokohama besides the center Kovacic. But it will be a different story in the semifinal matchup.
Simons couldn't get that shot in on time.
I think this is the first time of the very first possession of a game has resulted in a shot clock violation.
Gets poked out of bounds.
6 on the shot clock.
6 seconds left on the shot clock. Slatterer at the top. Pulls back for a 3. It's off the mark.
Here's our first look at number 4, De Jong.
Worthy de Jong, named after LA Lakers star James Worthy, actually. As number 11, Giagas gets in the first field goal.
Marijampole will apply a lot of pressure at the point of attack. Relatively speaking, average stature players across the board, but they are not small. Listed average height at 194 centimeters. Going back door.
Finds Nasadis. Nasadis couldn't get the basket. We have Dreisen there right with him. Klichinkas bounce passes to Nasadis. And there we go.
This
Gets
time,
that one in.
outside the outstretched hand of Slaughter. Great anticipation, but missed out on that steal attempt on the back door.
De Jong, sidestep.
Stay hot.
Pulls in 3. Nasadis nearly cornered. He pops it to Giagas. Nice spin move, gets it in. Past Jan Dreisen. Norbert Thelson puts a step back for 3. Hits the rim, and Giagas with lots of air gets the rebound to Simons. And back to Giagas, up against De Jong. And a second attempt gets it in the second time.
Take foul underneath, but it seems pretty intentional that Marijampole is, so to speak, trying to take away the athleticism of De Jong by backing him down low. And like you saw previously, he might be able to stop you the first time, but he might be bumped off his spot for a follow-up effort. Try to get him free this time thanks to a slaughter screen.
Giagas to Klachinkas. Pops it to Giagas at the perimeter. And Slater gets a rebound.
Great effort play.
With 5 seconds left, Dijon up all on his own. Blocked by Giagas. And to Shimons. And back to Giagas. Well, with no one there, he hesitated for a second. Gets in the shot.
Goaltending and the foul. Impressive for him to get back in. Here's their first play out of the substitution.
Too slow to stop Dijon.
So no foul after all, just the basket interference.
Dyson was waiting for a second, but he goes in, drives into the paint. Fouled by...
Looks like it was number 13, Zygus. So that was interesting because on the previous, they kind of paired up a backdoor pass that led to Jan Dresen finding some cutting opportunities. And a consecutive foul. That'll be 4 on Marijampole, 0 for Amsterdam. Find themselves down by 2.
Slater at the top. Clean as a whistle. 5-all. As Klachinkas wants a 3 of his own.
And another foul. So we'll say Amsterdam's not exactly played their best, but with this tied score and a lot of fouls on their team books that they can utilize, probably feel pretty good. But Marijampole has demonstrated good shot-making ability in this game. They just need to be a little bit better to the boards and see what else they can conjure up. Like we said, it's actually been a little bit easier for them to go on offense with Jae Young getting bullied in the block.
See at the VIP lounge, you see a familiar face in Taiwanese Pro Ball was Mike FIBA, previously played for the T1 Leopards. Dijon turns around for a jump shot.
So yesterday we saw a couple of Taiwanese players between Lin Jingbang and Lin Ruiren. Now an import has come through. Pretty cool. First foul of the game for Amsterdam.
Giagas to Klachinkas. 5 seconds left behind the back pass.
Not a good foul there with the shot clock running low, but kind of jumped the gun there, so to speak. Anticipating a shot, but it didn't come. It was a dribble to the exact spot where the foul could be taken. So new shot clock.
Shimons to Klachinkas. Tries to find Shimons at the paint.
Really, that we saw a first double foul in an earlier game, and that could have been, but the referees let it go. Ends up being just the ball out of bounds. There's going to be a lot of grappling and fighting for position. Scoring has not been that efficient.
As you said, you keep pushing Dijon at the paint. That's not really his strong suit down there to score.
If he can use his elusiveness and get around the defender, of course, but not when they anticipate it, as finally a made 2 from the outside. Is that Simons?
Yes, sir, that's Shimons as Dijon, or 3. It's rim. And back out to Shimons. He finds Nacedes and block.
They're going to count the basket, but it looked clean to me. This is coming from the slot official, which is the right person for it to come from.
Let's take a look at that replay.
Certainly looked like a great play. You'll get a high angle. Really need something off of the sideline, but they're going to count it anyways with the ball inbound. It's a moot point.
Jan Dreisen for the floater. Comes past to Giagas, but Slater
Great
pokes
fight
it
in
out.
that. He caused just a little bit of a loose ball.
Jan, a little bit short there. Up to Nasaitis. 5 seconds is Giagas. Now Marijampole is up to an even 10. Now Slater gonna try to up their score. It's Amsterdam 6, Marijampole 10.
Now that Marijampole is heating up, they've created a 2-possession lead for themselves. And now it's Amsterdam searching for answers.
We're at the halfway point. Slider.
And an offensive foul as the alley-oop was going up. Don't see that very often. That time, Marijampole doubled the roller off the screen. So the ball, instead of going to the weak side, an outside shot foul. And so right now, Marijampole just taking it 1 possession at a time and winning 1 possession at a time.
First one's a go. Jan telling his teammates to get those rebounds. Now it's Slater, step back.
And a great effort rebound. Is that Simonis? And the bucket to go. And another effort. 3 straight beautiful possessions, though. They violate the bringing the ball out.
Amsterdam seeming to have not catching a not so great not catching a break.
Little turnaround screen for De Jong. And finally breaking that scoring streak.
Giagas stuck at the paint, out to Nasaitis.
So, like you said, maybe the break's going Amsterdam's way. That missed open shot, and then they foul on the loose ball. 6 for Marijampole. And there's an easy foul for the 7. If you ask me, that seems to be the right call to wave off the basket. Get another look. It happened before De Jong made the catch.
Delson is at the line. Delson's played Dutch Pro Ball from 2018 to 19 until he registered for Utah State. So looks like he's currently still at school for playing for the Aggies. Now we got a timeout. The players a quick breather and regroup.
Yeah, Marijampole has done a great job matching up to Amsterdam and then all their spots defensively. Meanwhile, on the other side, Amsterdam feels like they're chasing the Marijampole players all over the place, trying to switch everything. Play after play, Marijampole guys find themselves with a little bit of distance. Slow possession here as they finally get it below the free throw line.
Shimone's great pass off to Giagas.
Our second behind the back dime.
Pachinkas to Giagas, wide open. Rolls out of the rim. Here's Slater at the top. To Dijon.
Beautiful head fake to create such a big opening on the cut.
Wedge between the two Lithuanians. Here goes number 13, Norbert Thelsen. Excuse me.
It'll be blue ball, but 5 points to make up now. Immediately two-man game for Young to shoot a deep one again.
Off the rails, second time.
His hot shooting streak is certainly dried up now. It's cooled down, I guess, to make the analogies line up.
No look behind the back pass to Nacedas. Comes around with that mid-range shot. And in the middle of the lane, there goes Slater. And Giagas with that spin up against Thelsen.
Too strong for him.
Or Dryson, excuse me, Slater. Travel call violation. Pachinkas up against Dijon. Dijon gets that rebound.
The stop and the rebound, incredible individual effort. They're going to need way more of that in the last 2.5.
Hits it in up against Pachinkas. Out to Giagas. Giagas for three. Still Lithuania's possession. Late foul call.
The take foul as De Jong was left behind on that screen and roll. Also a chance for him to rest up. He and Slaughter are pretty much the only guys rotating time on the bench.
Vaughn's trying to pass it on to Giagas.
We also haven't seen number 7 to Kluchinkas pretty much for the entire game. Never know what the guys are dealing with injury-wise.
Schmantz for the fadeaway.
Interesting loose ball foul call. It looks like trying to battle Jan Dresden. Marijampole commits a foul. 2 free throws coming up. Everything's huge.
I don't think you got the memo. Here's Klachinkas.
Good hands.
Loses grip. Thanks to Thelsen's tough defense. Clock is winding down. It's now 1 minute 50 seconds left.
Trying to play a two-man game with 2 3-point shooters.
Slater tries to go deep there. And it's Thelsen. Goes back to the perimeter, off to Dijon. 5 seconds left, deep. No good. Slater tries to drag down Nacedas.
That loose ball will end up being 2 free throws from Marijampole, and it looked like both guys were going. Both guys might have not been rebounding so cleanly, boxing out so cleanly. But the man who's behind is called because the two-handed wrap. 2 for 2 free throws, and that makes it a 5-point game.
Slips and slides just past Mercedes was De Jong. Moons. That one was good. They're all close
Right into the
to
drop coverage.
3 points away as Slater brings it up to an even 14.
Looks like we're gonna have a warning for Amsterdam for too many complaints with the referees. This time Marijampole split out wide.
Giagas to Plachinka. She goes to the left. Alley oops to Giagas and pulls through. 2 more points. It's 19-14. Dreisen to Slater. Slater from deep to left. No good. Marijampole with the ball. Possession to Plachinkic.
Him not making a single 2-pointer has made a huge difference in this game as Marijampole has checked on the game.
Slater once again for 3. Way too short. But we got Dreisen at the paint. Shimons quickly bringing it out. 19 seconds left to go. The pushing foul called by the ref.
And for the, what appears, if things hold the course, it would be the first time a lower seed has won in this elimination Sunday. Amsterdam looking for a miracle with Marijampole. 1 free throw or any basket made from advancing to the finals.
And just like that, Giagas closes game 2 of the semifinals, 21-15. Amsterdam goes home empty-handed. Congratulations to Marijampole of Lithuania. It's been exciting to call Amsterdam. Stay tuned for the final of our 3-on-3 Taipei Challenger, 7:20 p.m. Taiwan time.
U18会赢，连阿伟都说U18会赢，那我们实在没有办法再继续问下去了。吴峰仁、张文雄，对，想当初灌篮王是不是选秀状元最热情的袜子直接先送给大家。接着登场的是我们陈佑熙。没关系，我会教他们来分享。那接着呢，为大家介绍的是我们徐宇珊。最后呢，要为大家介绍的是我们吴声林。 着呢，邀请了现场的朋友呢，用最热情的掌声，而且呢，要相当珍惜这一次难得的机会，为他介绍是我们棒棒糖老爸。首先呢，登场的是球衣背号3号，唯一还没当老爸的吴凤城。吴凤城呢拿过了灌篮王，那目前呢也是呢我们万能科技大学的总教练。接着呢要为他介绍的下一位选手，球衣背号1号，点点心港式点心总裁，欢迎阿伟。接下来呢要为大家介绍的是我们球衣背号5号的小雨杨奇煜。最后呢，压轴呢要为大家介绍的是最近呢才刚老爸，篮球迷呢对他们特别喜欢。我们用最热情的掌声、轰声、尖叫声以及呜呼声，欢迎球衣背号3号的呜呼，欢迎！呜呼！好，那我们请了来队长呢，请到了场中央。那我们邀请到的是我们Dennis 来到了我们场中央，然后我们进行一个执笔仪式哦。Dennis 呢到了欧洲，那还有呢到了亚洲杭州了，去看他们每一位选手的比赛。那我们请了 Dennis 为我们进行执笔的仪式。来，现在来拍一个平面的照片。好，3、2、1，请执笔。你觉得是蓝色还是红色？好，红色的球。好 ，U18培训队的球。那我们接下来把比赛的交给我们大会的裁判，谢谢。我们这边也要喊口号。1、2、3，走！哦，还好，谢谢。哦，棒棒糖老爸在让哦，先把吴凤城放在旁边哦。哦，有，一个漂亮的吊传，一个假动作，起，球衣背号5号的小雨。看到呢我们的大会的积分板写的 Lollipop， 这是多少年前的回忆啊 ？Lollipop。一个空中挺腰上来没有？来，小雨的中距离。好，球出线。好，换人。甜点心餐饮集团的总裁阿伟，现在接下来休息一下。问一下阿伟，我们明年挑战赛有没有机会呢？场地呢吃到的是甜点心啊，好，有机会吧？哈。 由于这是一场表演赛，不过呢，我们可以看到的棒棒糖老爸们，那依旧呢是使出了他们当年的实力哦，一个外线出手，哇，拼抢篮板相当满意，呼呼！我一个家传承的蓝气。当初棒棒的男孩当中，你最喜欢哪一位？
今天来到现场的小伙伴，我希望阿伟能够听到我们的呼吁，明年赞助这场赛事，这样是最好。
哇塞，马姐很会做人。你想等一下 after party 有可以点点心，各式的干点可以吃，对不对？跟我想的都是一样的。出 point。走步啦，你不知道新的3对3规则哦。好，不好意思，我们这边呢，这个暂停的时候，坐在板凳的时候呢，就要上来跳一段舞蹈。掌声欢迎阿伟一耶！哦，哇塞，地板！哇！最热情的朋友在哪里？你也会哦，威廉地板。你休息最久啊，吴凤城。阿伟还会地板动作，真的哇！马姐看了整个热泪盈眶啊。2 point。 哦，这个火锅盖得扎实啊，好不留情面啊。Nice play， 出腿右心。 出 point， 会呢，威廉 ，nice play， 上人得分。 吴凤城还能灌篮吗？好，这球呢是白香果他老爸威廉在篮下的投进这一分。我个人是不太相信吴凤城还能灌篮啊。看好 ，TV 看好，各位现场朋友，你们认为吴凤城还灌得到篮吗？ 来试试看，来球接一下，跟着音乐节奏拍手。拍手，过来。哦，10分，10分，10分，谢谢吴凤城。 厉害厉害，还可以还可以。出腿，有心，做到。2分球进吴凤城。 好，有新人超前，突破，空 中挺腰杆，点点心阿伟。这边呢，马上回来一个2分，送到吴凤成。好，16-13。吴凤成赌上了灌篮王、选秀状元的名誉。哦，这防守严哦。好一个中距离出手。威廉竟然想要呢单打。好，球气，这是一个1分球。百香果，林宝宝上篮没进呢。出point。这边呢也回来一个2分。好，出界。好，出界。球权回到我们68。好，看来右膝想要一球把它终结哦。还有。好，吴凤成也选择2分球的出手。哦，抓！你们是做老辈人。好，比赛终了。那么2队的场中央进行一个合影，好吗？这是一个难得的机会。别开生面的比赛，也感谢我们阳明高中这些 U18 的培训选手，我们2队呢进行一个合影。阿伟，我忘记告诉你，我们刚刚有说这场比赛如果输，你要请他们4个去点眼睛吃到饱，没有问题啊。
没有问题，谢谢大家。
那谭英姐，那他们总教练可以跟吗？总教练可以跟，好不好？
全场规矩一起吃可以吗？
可以，全场规矩一致，自己买单，好不好？那我们就到点点心，好不好？让阿伟哥招待，好不好？谢谢谭英姐。那也算是我们给了我们18的中华培训队一个最棒的一个鼓励。现在他们在这个暑假当中，那也代表我们中华队呢到各地的去征战。先给我们18培训队最热情的掌声鼓励一下。那我们也请呢4位呢我们，我们这边有篮球，麻烦帮我们签个名，然后要送给我们场边的朋友。谢谢我们威森呢提供的热情的赞助。吴凤成，你也有，因为你会灌篮。 那在这个酒呢，去点点击呢吃饭的话呢，招待有沙包1盘。他会不会后悔来参加表演赛？哦，很难得的机会哦，可以呢让个，包括我们威廉、小玉、阿伟同聚一堂，又可以看到了吴凤城呢，使出呢好久没灌篮了吧哈，很久了哈。距离你3次的灌篮应该也是好多年以前了，马姐都快忘记你什么时候曾经灌过篮了。好，那我们每个人拿一首好不好？来 ，DJ 给我们来点热情的音乐。来，最热情的朋友在哪里？谢谢点点，谢谢阿伟，谢谢威廉，谢谢小玉，谢谢万南科技大学的吴凤城，谢谢。谢谢小玉。 在我们冠军赛开始之前，那我们台湾的女篮的传奇，那我们钱维娟，那我们钱姐钱维娟也特别来到活动现场，我们掌声欢迎钱姐，欢迎。那在今年暑假呢，我们北师大呢有2支队伍了，跟着我们阿姆斯特丹呢在全省的征战，那做一个球技的磨练，也感谢呢钱姐呢让2支球队呢参与呢我们联盟赛事，谢谢。 那如果呢，目前呢还在呢中正纪念堂我们自由广场附近的朋友，那再一次呢跟大家预告，我们预计呢在5分钟过后，2023年台北挑战赛的总决赛冠亚军决赛呢即将呢要开始比赛喽。所以呢听到声音的朋友，可以赶快呢来找一个好位置，来欣赏呢世界一流的3对3的一个球队，直接呢在我们台北呢正面对决。究竟哪一队会是冠军呢？也请呢各位拭目以待。包括呢来自呢我们维也纳以及我们立陶宛，那2支球队究竟谁能够拿下呢2023年台北挑战赛的冠军呢？那如果呢在外面观望的朋友也不用担心，这个比赛呢是完全免费的，赶快呢进来找一个好位置，欣赏呢世界一流的战绩。谢谢大家。好，还有1分钟哦。
Players. Players, please.
...2023年台北挑战赛，我们的冠军赛即将正式开始了。那在我们今冠军赛开始之前，一样呢再次邀请到了最有活力的啦队，为我们带来总冠军赛的赛前表演。
Ladies and gentlemen, BLL Girls.
现在把时间呢交给了我们DJ 轩伦。
Everybody, let me see it. Come on. Hey, hey. Hands up, hands up. Take your shirt off. Take your shirt off.
观众席的双手举起来了，上下一起动起来。
来，右手举起来，右。
Here we go now.
让你们上下一起。
Hands up, hands up, hands
Let's go,
up,
hey.
hands up.
Here we go, DJ
右右。
Jerry's in the house.
还有哪里？球场第一排。接着，
想要礼物的尖叫声啊！
再来，通通送完。现在的观众都很实际，发觉没有赠品都不会嗨。最热情的在哪里？
Let's go！
毛起来送，送到天荒地老，一直送。最喜欢送外国的朋友，立陶宛的好朋友，阿莎。我就不相信你接不到，哎，旁边的不要再抢他的了。还有哪里？收看，跳前，
观众席站起来了 ，Come on！ Let's go！
不要再抢小孩子的东西啦！还有哪里？还有哪里？还有谁没拿到的？怎么可能？真的
！Everybody let's go! Hands up, everybody let's go!
哎，拿礼物还有人说我要白色的，而且剩下黑色的。
I need everybody stand up right now. Come on, let's go!
还有哪里？
Stand up! Stand up, come on! Put your hands up in the air! Hey, 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 hey! Let's go! 这中间今天有个嗨起来好不好？ 把你们可爱的双手举起来！
总冠军2023年台北挑战赛冠军赛马上就要开始喽！
Yeah, now, ladies and gentlemen, 2023 FIBA 3x3, the final games. Let me introduce Team Vienna, number 13, Quincy Diggs. Number 10, Nicole Goldenbrunner. Number 12, Des Londoner. Number 7, it is Mandrete. Team Vienna. Yeah, now introduce Team Marijampole, number 11, Emma Das. Number 13, Justice. Number 7, Dominus. Number 9 is Dominus. Team Marijampole. 2023 FIBA Taipei Challenger Final Games.
Countries, 16 teams, one winner to be determined right now for the FIBA 3x3 Taipei Challenger. We're live here one last time at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall. It's Taylor Chen and Ryan Chen on the broadcast. It's Vienna of Austria, toe-to-toe to Marijampole Mantinga of Lithuania.
Marijampole already defeated world ranked number 9 Ulaanbaatar from Mongolia in pool play, then number 5 Amsterdam in the semis. Sometimes you kind of say, what makes this team so strong? Well, they're really good at everything. Versus Vienna, they haven't really been pushed to the brink besides a 2-point win versus Yokohama. But they too are a team with a lot of experience and they can play a lot of different ways to get the victory in the end. So after an evening of festivities, we're just about ready to crown the winner here.
Ready with the first possession. Final game, Poland.
Going to be Lithuania in possession of the ball to start off the game. And Justas Nausėdas to start off.
1-0.
Yeah, that was a misdirection pick and roll. Initially, it was going to go one way, then screen the other way, and then they didn't communicate on the switch.
Maradi to Lenarner and Nico Kaltenbrunner at the paint, no good. Bounce pass to Evaldas Giagas.
And quickly after being bumped off the spot, it's typically very hard to do when you're guarding Kaltenbrunner.
Shimons to Giannis. Gets his rebound for another shot. Nearly pokes out of bounds. Shimones just before falling back is Giagas once again for the land. That's not going to count though.
Maybe a beneficial call for Enes Maradi, who got beat on the cut going to the basket.
Shimons off to Nausėdas, and that rattles in.
Tough finish by Nausėdas.
Kochinkas nearly trying to snag the ball away from Kaltenbrunner.
And Quincy Diggs dropped coverage on that pick and roll. They pay for it.
Kochinkas with 3. And Kaltenbrunner for answer back. Shimons for the jump shot. Diggs with a lot of air, hands it off to Matheus Leonarder. Now it's gonna count for an and one.
So Marijampol's protest of the call not going to succeed. The and one will stand as Vienna has a chance to take the lead for the first time in the game. Tight defense to get Quincy Diggs in, and on the other side, Valdez Fuchinga's back.
That ball gets poked out of bounds. It's still going to be Lithuania's ball.
8 on the shot clock. Red Bull.
Trying to get number 9 at Simones open. Took a lot of effort.
Ball out of bounds. Through ball, 5-4.
Diggs, or 3 at the top, gets a rebound.
And then the foot on the line. That's a Vienna staple. Matheus Leonarder at the elbow and run a handoff game.
Red Bull.
Mercedes going around, trying to pass it off to Giagas. Wrong place, wrong time.
Must have been hearing footsteps because there was a window, a pocket to pass into. Now they switch sides with Matthias.
Marotti rolls the ball. It's a kicking violation.
I think that's the first one we've seen all weekend, a kickball violation.
Yeah, you're right. Kaltenbrunner all on his own, lays it in on the left.
And once again, Matheus Leonarder at the elbow spot, whether he's gonna hand off, whether he's gonna flip around to set a screen. That's been the play that Vienna's gonna keep going to until Marijampole stops it. On this side, good hands.
Losing grip of the ball, and that's gonna be Leonarder for the attempt. Marotti driving it in on his own, lays it in.
Yeah, typically Marijampole has the strength advantage, but it's gonna be tough against these Vienna guys.
Referee calls foul on Vienna.
Here you see the right hand with the hook.
Ball goes between Klachinkis' legs, out of bounds.
Kaltenbrunner's really being a menace on the defensive end. Anytime he's close to the basketball, it's probably going to be a deflection.
Kaltenbrunner loses his balance, but passes it off to Diggs. There's Diggs' first field goal. And back to Vienna, another field goal.
Twice Kaltenbrunner coming away with it.
And Mercedes answers back with the lay-in. Quincy Diggs comes right back in though.
That's just an individual move. Not much to that. The right-left crossover, one step and he's there. Vienna with the 10-5 lead, trying to claim the Taipei Challenger title.
Mercedes to Giagas, couldn't execute the lay-in. Diggs for the step back three.
Yes, Maradi a little bit too aggressive on the rebounding effort. So Diggs that time electing to go with an outside shot instead of driving in. He did have a slippage of the leg. His footing wasn't secure on the ground, and in my experience commentating on basketball, that always results in the player opting to take an outside shot instead. But a quick turnover, it seems. Vienna has accumulated 5 fouls, but they're really in the driver's seat.
Letting that ball slip. Now it's Vienna's possession. Maradi for three, and a good. See Kochinkas holding his right ankle. Landed a little bit funny. The referee calls a foul on Marijampole.
Yeah, Marijampole is got to switch up their offensive strategy. Their perimeter game is really being shut down.
Off the mark once again is Giagas. Diggs gets the rebound, but trips up.
He's dribbled it into an opponent's foot, so in that sense, a lucky loose ball that will stay with the blue. It was drizzling a little earlier here in Taipei City, but now it's cleared up for a very beautiful evening here at Chiang Kai-shek Memorial, the site of this year's Absolute Basketball 3-on-3 Challenger Series. Vienna's done a great job, especially on the defensive end, until they commit a foul off ball. Foul resulted in free throws. You know, free throws actually played quite a big deal in the semis. And if my notes are correct, we ended both games on a free throw clincher. Didn't see that before.
Let's see Diggs. Out to Leonarder. Clears another three all day. Giagas one-on-one up against Quincy. Kaltenbrunner gets the rebound.
Hustle all the way to the corner.
Diggs for free at the top. Shimon's at the left corner. Just off his teammate, gets a rebound on the opposite end, goes in for another three-point attempt.
Quincy Diggs has done a great job on the boards, making sure possession changes from offense of Marijampole to the Vienna side.
Kaltenbrunner for three, off the mark.
That one you could say is just a physicality foul, but it will result in free throw, so Vienna can't feel too comfortable quite yet. They're up by 7, but lots of personal fouls. And that one in particular just looked like two guys going for the rebound. In order of getting the best of Zygas down low.
One shot.
Catch the neck. Diggs draws a foul on Shimon's. Vienna once again. And here goes Maradi deep for 3. No good. Gets a rebound for a floater. And that one gets through.
Yeah, throughout this tournament, Marijampole is typically the team that's great at the hustle plays, chasing down rebounds, going after loose balls. That time it worked out in their favor, but for the most part in this game, it's been all Vienna to these 50-50 balls. Not great spacing here.
Maradi once again for 3. Again, helping himself. And another one. Marijampole has a lot of work to do as we got 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. Mercedes getting that last field goal.
Pretty much Kochinka is giving up on that play, taking the foul to get the substitution as we've reached the second television timeout. Vienna completely in the driver's seat now. The local organizers here in Chinese Taipei, or we like to call the island of Taiwan, is the absolute 3x3, 3-on-3 here. Andrew and his staff have been gracious hosts, and they've been doing an excellent job all summer putting on exciting events, which culminated for us locally in the Asian Games 3-on-3 title, won by Chinese Taipei's boys.
Shimon's off the mark. Vienna just 3 points away from taking it all. In order, all the way in and through.
Yeah, previously passed on all these pick and rolls.
It's a 2-point win again.
A technical foul, I suppose, for complaining. One free throw and possession, if I remember correctly, for grabbing the rebound on the miss. Well, Vienna did headline the competition, and here they are, 1 point away.
One shot to win again.
Goes through the legs of Lenorder, and Shimon comes in for another field goal. Lenorder to Kaltenbrunner. Out of bounds.
Like. Yeah, Zamontes Simonis showed the best play that he's had all game with that long drive along the baseline.
Kaltenbrunner for 3, no good. Here goes Maradi. Takes a second, and for 3, and that does it, folks. Vienna 22, Marijampole 10. And take this tournament by storm. Huge congratulations to the Austrian team. Great effort by Team Lithuania.
These were the 2 best teams in the tournament. Whatever the rankings were in the world, whatever the rankings their national team was in the world. But they all gave us a great show. Happy to participate this year after last year's Tainan Challenger here in Taiwan.
Coming up shortly, we're going to have the award ceremony for the championship team. Just want to give another shout out to Absolute 3-on-3 basketball here, organized by our local folks. Head of it is Andrew. A big thanks to some of our sponsors, Domino's, Heisong Sasu, Dongwon Craft Brewery, and Wilson, as well as Horse Center Taipei.
We'll be carrying the final ceremonies here from Taipei, but on behalf of our Mandarin broadcasters in Ulaanbaatar, and today on the call is Marijampole, Ma Jie, as Taipei City Mayor Jiang Wan has even come along for the festivities. But what a weekend it's been. Right before Halloween on Tuesday, it's been balls of fun, Taylor. I think that does about it for me in the tournament.
It's been an absolute pleasure calling these games. Ryan, thanks so much for being on here with me. And Ryan Chen and TC signing off. Thanks a lot, folks.
叶子莹老师也不要离开我们太远啊！我们教育部体育署，我们叶子莹老师，感谢喽！我们也真的很感谢呢教育部体育署，为了呢这一次呢3对3的比赛，投注了相当多的一个资源，那也让呢今年呢我们的在杭州亚运当中可以拿下了我们第1面的3对3的金牌。好，那我们在今天的2023年台北挑战赛，我们的颁奖典礼开始之前，那我们首先呢，要第一个颁发呢是我们的冠军赛 Final MVP， 我们邀请到的我们台北市议会的议长，请了我们戴习新议长来我们颁发呢 MVP。好，那我们现在呢要宣布呢我们 Final MVP。恭喜呢，是我们来自的维也纳的穆拉提伊尼。
Congratulations to the final MVP, Ines Moratti.
MVP。MVP， 恭喜！也谢谢了我们戴习新议长，恭喜！那接下来我们是不是请我们维也纳的全队来到我们场中央？2023年台北挑战赛冠军，恭喜维也纳！
Shout out to 2023 FIBA 3x3 Taipei Challenger the champion.
我们邀请到了两位颁奖人，那我们首先呢邀请到呢是我们的 T1 联盟的会长，也是呢台湾女篮的传奇，欢迎钱伟娟。那以及呢我们台北市的大家长，欢迎蒋万安市长呢一同的来到台前。好，那我们请呢我们钱姐，那也请我们蒋万安市长。 就请我们颁完了我们的冠军帽之后，他们都不知道拿奖牌还有奖金可以拿。Wait a moment, wait a moment， 我们要请我们乔安市长为我们颁发了台北挑战赛冠军奖牌。那也请人议长一起，特效要准备喽。我们透过我们蒋万市长以及我们戴喜新议长，以及我们台湾女篮传奇钱维娟的见证，2023年台北挑战赛冠军，恭喜维也纳！Congratulations！好，我们给我们选手一个单卡。现场的所有朋友也展现了我们台北台湾人的热情，我们再次给维也纳最热情的掌声。哟，秀秀秀，维也纳，维也纳。维也纳，维也纳，维也纳！恭喜！再次的感谢了台北市政府以及我们台北市体育局、教育部体育署以及中华民国篮球协会，谢谢我们掌门精酿、田野中沙士，我们达美乐，以及感谢了我们在背后的守护我们的私人物理治疗台北保时捷中心。我们2023年台北挑战赛就这边暂时告一个段落，再次感谢了我们所有人的莅临，谢谢大家，谢谢。那么也请呢，等一下呢，要请我们所有的 VIP 以及我们所有选手一起呢参加了我们会后的 After Party， 谢谢。之后的 After Party， 好，马上呢。
Number 7, Hot Venice. First flag number 7. Oh, good. And he puts back. Pop at the corner, yeah!
我们恭喜各位。